Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games, and tonight we're going to be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, the second of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy. This won't be our first time playing it, so if you want to see how we get to where we are tonight, or check out some of the games I've played in the past, be them obscure, unusual, or nostalgic, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. But for tonight, let's get into the game, shall we? So, right now, we are about a third of the way into episode 4, the final episode of the game, excuse me, called Farewell My Turnabout. In brief, Phoenix is defending a Sentai actor named Matt Engard, who's best known for playing a character called the Nicole Samurai. Excuse me. And he's been accused of murder for the killing of his rival, a guy named Juan Corrido, who plays a character called the Jammed Ninja. Right now, as usual, it looks pretty bad. They had hotel rooms right across from each other, and there's tons of evidence pointing to Matt Engard, but we're going to see if we can get him acquitted here. We actually have an ulterior motive for trying to get him acquitted as well, because Maya has been kidnapped by a mysterious man who has identified themselves only as the Killer, and they've told Phoenix that the only way he will ever get to see Maya again alive is if Matt Engard is acquitted for murder. Now, we've still got reason to believe that Matt Engard is innocent of the crime, but still, this is turning into a very shifty situation. So let's get into it, because we are just about to head into our first day of the trial proper. Yeah, this one's very dramatic, more dramatic than your typical Phoenix Wright. So this is, I'm excited. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that'll implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Oh, hey! Mia! We must get a complete acquittal today. I know. I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Oh shit, is that the transceiver that the killer's been using to call us? Tim! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who is that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget it heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Hey, Vanex, welcome in. Yes, so there's a bunch of very silly Sentai-esque shows in here. Silver Samurai, Nickel Samurai, the Jammed Ninja. It's very silly. How are you doing today, Vanex? Hope you're doing good. Abstractism, I want to give this guy the voice of the guy from Kung Fury. I love Kung Fury so much. Oh my god. March 22nd, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Where's the opposing counsel? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Engard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what has happened to Ms. Von Karma? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Ms. Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What? 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 Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane! Ms. Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Francesca Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Well, shit! That changes the game just a little bit. Yeah, this is going so far off the rails. I'm really excited to see where this is going. Ms. Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Engard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Yeah, Von Karma was the lady with the whip. We've been fighting her this whole game so far, but not this one apparently. Hey, Blackrock Phantom, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope everything's going well with you. It is good to see Edgeworth again, most definitely. Also, this Game Boy music in the background, too. Witness, your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now. For now? After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective Gumshoe? So, that happened in the last episode, basically, is Gumshoe... Von Karma caught Gumshoe helping us, because Gumshoe is the only person outside of Team Phoenix that knows about the kidnapping, so he was trying to help us so that we could win the case and get Maya back. And Von Karma caught him handing stuff over to us and told him that he's fired. So the stakes have never been higher. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Good old-fashioned duel between Phoenix and Edgeworth. I love it. I love it. Alright, bare facts of the case. This is basically why they always call Gumshoe first, is just, let's just set up what we know, the basic circumstances of the case, and then we can start going from there. Teen Titans Go? I used to watch Teen Titans. I don't think I've watched too much Teen Titans Go, unfortunately. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room? Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Well, I already see some things we're going to need to pick at here. I don't know if we're going to be able to crack this so much, but there's some more information that Gumshoe has than he's giving here. And we're going to need to get him to talk about it before we proceed to the actual witnesses here. Alright, so the murder happened after the Hero of Ceremonies ceremony. Let's go ahead and save, too, just to be safe. So it happened after the Hero of Heroes ceremony, as he said. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m., and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, Detective. Oh, no worries, Emperor. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for all the gifts as well. I hope you are doing great, and it's a pleasure to see you again. Considering how inept he is, Gumshoe summarizing these cases just setting the tone for frustrations later, it really is. Gumshoe, I do appreciate that his heart is in the right place, but man, he's not great at his job. The victim, Juan Carita, was found dead in his hotel room. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Engard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she'll grace us with her presence. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Engard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered. The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Carita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Banana? His bandana, sir. That's a thing tightly wrapped around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. Alright. Time of death, 8:15 p.m. Cause, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. I think I know why he was stabbed with a knife too, but we'll get into that later. At the base, it was clearly a misdirect on the killer's part, which is interesting. The judge isn't great at his job either, clearly. Alright, so at first we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. This is where we need to get some more answers. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And he couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. So much for my theory then. So empty, there is some water, but only on top of the lid bears Carita's fingerprints. Man, they wore gloves, not that hard, basically. Some of the assertions made in these cases are very simple. So this is something we found out last time, which seems suspicious. Which is, it seemed like there was some liquid spilled on just the top of the guitar case. But the guitar case was also open, which made me think that the guitar case was closed when the murder happened, and then someone opened it perhaps to take the guitar afterwards. However, we later found out the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found in the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt Engard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. The water on the lid makes it sound like someone washed off. That's what I'm thinking, too. That's very possible. There's a couple things that don't make sense about the crime scene, so we'll have to get into those as well. Matt Engard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jam Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Matt Engard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came off pretty clearly, sir. It bears the victim's blood and Engard's fingerprints in the grip Gatewater is engraved. And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it not? And is this button also covered in blood? Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? See, I can explain away the knife. That one's actually pretty easy, but I'm not sure what we're going to do about this button yet. That looks really bad. Oh, this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Edgeworth is feeling on fire today, I notice. Alright, give me just a second, folks. I need to blow my nose. I will be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience, folks. And Ren, thank you for dropping those links in chat. I appreciate that. Alright, same thing as before. Let's go through and see if we can find any new information or cracks in his testimony there. So Matt Engard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Engard won, did he not? Yeah. Well, you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Carita was always one step behind Mr. Engard and everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Carita lost to the Grand Prix in the end. That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Odd that Edgeworth didn't say anything there. So they always thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in his book. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Engard was beating Mr. Kurita in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective? It's not... Well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. No, not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's... I look forward to your pension negotiations. No, Detective. Let's continue with the testimony. Oh, my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? Alright, so as for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninjas button. We're gonna save again, too. I forgot to save since we started this part of the testimony. Like I said, the knife I can explain away. The button, I'm not sure what we're gonna do. Do you have any proof that button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? Can you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. All right, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when this button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. It was ripped off the ninja costume and is found in Mr. Engard's hakama. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded everyone up who knew Mr. Kurita. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks unlike some people. Hey! What is he trying to say about me here? The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. I have an explanation for that. We'll get to that. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Oh, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then? The defendant bought the knife for the crime. This, I think, is where we're going to find our problem right here. DB Stewart, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? There is no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix. Yes? Something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. Button covered in the victim's blood and a knife with Engard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in his testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? Alright, so I think I know what we gotta do here. So let me fast forward to the defendant bought the knife. And let's look at our evidence. We haven't looked at what evidence we have in here today. So as usual, we've got the attorney's badge and we've got Maya's Magatama. We've also got a glossy photo of the Nicole samurai in full costume. We have a press conference ticket, which was, we'd heard was going to be the Nicole samurai said he was going to confess something after the stage show, but Matt Engard himself says he knows nothing about this and he hadn't heard of it, which is interesting. Luna, welcome in. How was your week going? Good to see you as always. We've got the radio killer, the radio transceiver we used to talk to the kidnapper, who goes by the name The Killer. We've got Lada's camera, which we don't actually have it in our possession, but we know that it was stolen the night of the murder. Possibly because of something she took on the film roll, but we don't know for certain because we don't have it. And also, as it says there, a tabloid article about the victim was inside of the case at the time it was stolen. We got a magazine clipping from the tabloid Gossip Land about Matt Engard's manager possibly having a secret affair with Juan Carita, which we know a little bit about now. We've got a map of the Gatewater Hotel in the immediate vicinity of the murder scene. You can see Engard and Carita's rooms are right next to each other, and also adjacent to the Viola Hall, and then there's a lobby up front. You've got the guitar case, as it said, empty. There is some water, but only on top of the lid. There's this wine glass found next to the victim. It's filled with tomato juice, no sign it's been drank. This is suspicious because it looked like the entire room had been tossed during the struggle with the killer. But for some reason on a desktop where everything else had been knocked off, this wine glass was sitting there perfectly full, which made me think that it was put there after the murder happened, which is suspicious all by itself. We've got a photo of Juan Carita's crime scene, showing some stuff knocked over. We got the open and empty guitar case. We've got the wine glass up there still full. We've got the knife stabbed into his chest as well. So how did the murderer get out without being seen if it's not your defendant? Well, there was a big press event going on at the time, so there was hundreds, if not thousands, of people milling around the hotel. And, a lot of people were doing stuff as well, so very possible they could have slipped out at any point. Is what we're assuming, basically. That's what I'm assuming. Let's see. What else we got here? We've got the suicide report of a woman named Celeste Inpax, who was the mentor of Matt Engard's manager. Which may have motivated her actions. We're kind of thinking she's a little bit suspicious here. She committed suicide while she was managing Juan Carita, and her suicide note went missing. We also know that Adrian Andrews attempted suicide after Celeste Inpax did, just from the shock. Then we got the autopsy report, we got the knife that says Gatewater on it, and the Jammin' Ninja's button. Alright, so I'm gonna try presenting the knife here. Cosplay conventions, right? No, that was the thing, is they said it was open. I'm saying it's suspicious because there was only water on the top, which makes it sound like it was closed when the murder happened, and some water spilled on top of it. But then sometime after the murder, it was opened up, and possibly something was taken out of it. But we do know it was open at the time the body was found. All right, let me try this. Wait a second. What? So the basis of your argument that this is a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is very big. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this. But I didn't know. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. There's a knife and fork at the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Engard. Especially what was on top of his table. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Engard's knife was missing. Mr. Engard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution is proven. This was a premeditated murder. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. It's quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown? I'm gonna save again real quick. Why use the kitchen knife when they had a damn sword? I mean, if it was just a prop sword, that wouldn't really kill anybody. Just sort of slap them around a little bit. That's possible. Yeah, Edgeworth's good. Edgeworth is really good, which I always love here. Also, Dr. Belvin, I love those emotes. He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, do we have anything the court hasn't seen? I mean, we've got some things that haven't been brought up. We've got the suicide reports. We got the wine glass. That seems relevant to what we're doing right now. That could be a thing. We haven't talked about Lotta's camera. I don't know that we could bring that up right now. I'm not sure. This is interesting. Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, the gavel of his will be ringing out at the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court? Sure, yes. There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I'm going to save again. I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, Wright? Don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. I messed this up. It's curtains for all of us. You may now present one, and only one, piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court? Shit! Alright, we gotta be real careful here. Yeah, full bar! They will wipe out all of my health in one go if I mess that up. Everything, one go. That's all of it. One piece of evidence. How do we want to play this is the question. How do we want to play this? I'm thinking maybe the tabloid article. Because we already know that the knife came from Matt Engard's room. But who else was in Matt Engard's room? Even had a place setting right across from him at the table. Adrian Andrews. So I think what we need to do is we need to start casting suspicion on Adrian Andrews as another possible murderer here. And I'm thinking this magazine clipping might be the best way to go about it. Other than that, I'm not sure what else we could present. Like the juice, the wine glass is definitely something we need to bring up, but I'm not sure how that really casts any suspicion on this case right now. What else hasn't been presented? I mean, we've presented no evidence whatsoever so far, except for the knife itself. That's the only thing we've presented. Because this is the first trial segment. We've used nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the court has seen basically nothing. The only things the court has already seen in my inventory are the things that were put there as a result of Gumshoe's testimony a minute ago. Like the guitar case and the wine glass and things like that. I'm going to try presenting this. Sorry, Wright, but this time your bluffing steered you wrong. Damn it, that wasn't it! Wait! I am a man of my word, Mr. Wright. Nope, that wasn't it. Dang it. That's bad. Shoot! Well, let's try that again. Luckily we saved. Yeah, we're gonna have to get to the wine glass eventually, but I don't feel like it brings anything up right now. The autopsy report, why stab them if they've already been strangled to death with a scarp? Except the judge says he wants to see something that the court hasn't seen before, and they've already seen the autopsy report. So we need to show them something completely new here. Important evidence they have to show the court. So it's not the button, because they've seen that. It's not the knife, because they've seen that. They've seen the crime scene photo. They've seen the wine glass. They've seen the guitar case. And that should be it. Everything else. No worries, no, Landon. No worries, no worries. So they haven't heard anything about Lotta's camera. But we don't actually have the camera, so that's definitely a bluff. They haven't brought up the press conference ticket, which is, you know, interesting, and we're gonna have to bring that up at some point, but I don't know what that actually shows right now. So that leaves the two the suicide report and the attempted suicide report. But I'm not sure either of those is the dynamite we need to present right this second. Let's try the original suicide report. Let's try presenting that. Nope, that wasn't it either. Damn it. What do we need to present here? I'm trying to think of what it could be. I will say, like, as a crazy option, it could be the transceiver. But I feel like if we... I feel like that's too dangerous. Because if we mention the transceiver, it's possible that Maya is just going to get killed. But I'm not sure what else we could present otherwise. What is the one important piece of evidence? Yeah, we don't want to out the kidnapper. That's too dangerous. Let's see, the other thing would be the guitar case, because even though they've already seen that, the fact that the guitar case only had water on the top of the lid, yet was open in the crime scene photo, makes it look like someone must have taken something out of it, even if supposedly the guitar wasn't actually at the scene. Obviously, too bad is always the answer right there. I'm gonna try saying the guitar case, even though I don't think that's actually it. No, that wasn't it either. Shoot! I'm definitely taking suggestions on this one, because this is tough. This is tough. I'm not sure what the game wants from me here. Like, this is a big important moment, and I'm not sure how to play it, is the thing. Oh, we can present people. That's true. I hadn't even thought about that, Dr. Belvin. Smart thinking. So we can present people as well. So as far as profiles, here's who we've got. We've got, well, as far as relating to the case. Well, no, I'll just run through all of them. So we've got Maya, we've got Pearl, we've got Dick Gumshoe, we've got Francesca Von Karma, and we've got Miles Edgeworth. The usual suspects right there. We've got Will Powers, who is the former Steel Samurai who was hanging around the hotel at the time. We've got Lotta Hart, the photographer that had her camera stolen. We've got Juan Carita, the victim. We've got Matt Engard, the defendant. We've got Wendy Oldbag, who is just the worst. We've got Adrian Andrews, and Matt Engard's manager, and Celeste Impacts, Adrian Andrews' mentor. Let's try presenting Adrian Andrews. Yeah, Will does not look 24. None of the characters look their real age in this game. They really don't. Let's try presenting Adrian. Not that either? Damn it. I honestly have no idea what we need to present here. Well, I guess, just say it's Wendy Oldbag and call it a day. I don't think the judge is going to go for that. I guess I'm going to try presenting the transceiver because I'm running out of ideas. Let's see. Oh, no worries. You enjoy your lurk. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I guess I'm going to try presenting the transceiver. Can we try the autopsy report again? We could. I'm going to try the transceiver first, but if that doesn't work, we'll do the autopsy report next. No, it wasn't the transceiver. Damn it. Jay just wants her to get killed. I don't. I swear. I'm trying to save her here, but what do we need to do? Because I know exactly what you're thinking there, lady. You're thinking that they're taking the knife as an important piece of evidence, but he wasn't killed with the knife, so it sure makes it sound instead like it's part of a frame job rather than an actual murder weapon. That's something that really needs to be pointed to here. So let's try that. Like, the judge said something that hasn't been presented to the court, but I mean, we gotta try something. Alright, so the autopsy report. Not that either, holy shit! We have presented so much here. What else do we need to show? I might actually need to look this up. We have gone through so much of the stuff we were able to present here. Let's see. Alright. One piece of evidence, important evidence to show to the court. They haven't brought up the press conference, but I don't see how that really gets us any sort of doubt in there. Lotta's camera, but without actually knowing what's on there, there's not much we can say. We haven't showed, nobody's showed the hotel guide map. I suppose we could get something in there with that. If they were going to confess the affair, that might have been a motive too. That could be, it could be. I'm going to check good old UHS, as I like to do for adventure games. For anybody that's never heard of this site, it's uhs-hints.com. It is a fantastic site that if you don't want to get answers to things you're looking for in puzzle games, but you just kind of want to get a nudge in the right direction, it is a really fantastic thing to give you some hints. And that's what I need right now. I need a hint. Let's see. So yeah, the guitar case, the knife, and the button have already been presented. Alright, I guess let's try presenting the wine glass. I don't know what we can prove with that, but let's try. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Oh, no worries, it's a very cool site for people that play old adventure games. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do y'all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. Stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes ears now. Miss Redgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright? Could Ms. Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? Time to save again. Look, I love it. He basically does say, look at this photograph every time. And I think of that every single time. Every single time. Alright, so could Ms. Andrews have really set that glass down without thinking? There's no way. I appear weak here. The trial's over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. You just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. Turn the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Mr. Wright. Do you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims, nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What? Alright, so they've updated the court record. Still, we can use this. We can use this. It's not over yet. That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I can't believe I fell into another trap! Ms. Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Carita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Oh, wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Yeah, he just had the win in the bag, and he's passing it up to get another person on the witness stand. What's going on here? Yeah, speaking of bags. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha! Wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report of their testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was the wicked witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Ms. Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means interrupt her. Please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Ms. Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie wand. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean, you're a fan of the victim? Look, everyone's crazy over that Edgard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Carita. Those two are the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed on the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Oh, God. Sky, welcome in. How are you doing today, Sky? Hope everything's going good with you. Rook's Honor, good to see you. Hope your week's going well. Kitsubin, pleasure to have you with us. Vesper Ghoul, welcome in as well. Hope you're doing good. Oh no, Rin, I'm so sorry to hear about that. That is really unfortunate. Hopefully you're able to reschedule. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Machine, welcome in. How are you doing tonight, Machine? Thank you for the host. How was your stream? What were you playing? Tell me everything. Yeah, basically, Edgeworth had the case locked up. We don't know why he's continuing, but yeah, now he's got to deal with Wendy Oldbag. And no one likes that. No one at all likes that. Oh, nice, Dr. Belvin. Congratulations. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was Engard, Matt Engard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. Engard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Well, let's save and then start picking this apart. Need a psychiatrist after those matches? Oh, I'm so sorry, Machine. Roller coaster matches, super sweaty players, and some good old-fashioned raging at this game screwed me over. Oof. Well, put up your feet here, Machine, relax. You are among friends now. Let's go ahead and make another save, and then start picking through and see what information we can see. I noticed one of her statements in particular was especially vague, so we'll have to get to that, see if we can get some more information here. Alright, so she ended the ceremony and went to pace around the hallway in front of his room. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when he went to hang around the victim's door. Relax to the dulcet tones of Wendy giving testimony. I've given her one of my most grating voices, so I hope you enjoy. Alright, so there was something, this is the one I thought was a little bit weird and vague. There was something she was interested in finding out, waiting to hear what was going on here. And hey, Luna, thank you for the 35 bits. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Something you were interested in? And just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. Hey, Emperor! Thank you for the gift sub to Rook's Honor right there. Gift sub number 868 in the channel. Always appreciate the generosity, Emperor. Thank you for that. And Rook's Honor, enjoy the resub right there. Yeah, there were just the nails that were in the way, I'm sure. It's fine. It's fine. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, an edgy poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. And ALTG, thank you for a gift sub to Vesper Ghoul. Gift sub number 64 in the channel. Very appropriate with the news of the N64 games on Switch. And very generous as always, thank you for that. And Vesper, enjoy the gift sub right there. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. Are any of the witnesses stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Alright, so that's possibly something we can come back and press later, but not right now. Because I believe the gossip is she was trying to confirm the rumors about Juan Carita having an affair with Adrian Andrews. We can come back to that though. We can come back to that. Excited LTG, I'm feeling that. Getting some of that right there. Yes, I've already got the Castlevania Advanced Collection wishlisted on Steam. I think that's probably where we're getting it. But that is very exciting news. Alright, so since she was on the job, she made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. Also, oh my god. Between Detective Gumshoe, the judge, and Wendy Oldbag, my vocal cords are already getting a workout right here. When's Glover? Never. Never Glover. Alright. Oh? Then what do you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Carita's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who don't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes? Well, that would explain why her age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? This whole testimony is just garbage. It's just all garbage. The rest of the Metroid-style Castlevanias, please, Arthur, that would be amazing. Yeah, Rooks, it has been a hell of a year for old games coming back on new platforms. I love it. I love it. DS games would be my hope, but those would probably take a good amount more effort to port because of the dual screen thing, so I'm not 100% sure what they're going to do with that. Oh god, Advance Wars coming back would be nice. I do love me some Advance Wars. So then it was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room. He was. Yes, he was. I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francesca's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway. So it was Matt Engard, trying to sneak his way out of the room. You saw my client. Are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying, Brett! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person! Why do I get the sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. I'm gonna save right here, because it seems like this might be important. Jane wants to whip old man confirmed she needs pain! I need to inflict pain upon her, Seamus! I need it. I need it. Oh my god. Yeah, basically, why not re-release some old games? Why not? I'm so excited for this. Alright. Ask about its clothes. Please tell the court about this man's clothes in more detail. What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too. That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important, as a matter of fact. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright. Witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. Is this one 110, Elena? I worry that might be a conservative estimate. I would assume at least in the 300s somewhere. Alright, so she says he was wearing his flashy racing jacket. However, I think we've got something we can present here. Ms. Oldbag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ha! It's button number 2 on the Jim and Ninja's costume. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here, give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this. Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Engard's body during a full body search. See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was that rascal Engard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants. See? That Engard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Engard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then maybe you'd think I was the most gorgeous woman ever, but instead I have to put up with this ridiculous outfit. Outfit is hideous, right? A tape recorder stuck to my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy, so I wish I would have switched CDs years ago. But to keep that dream alive for all the kids out there, it's hard work to keep a smile on her face, understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as documentary and curly. You take a tip or two from Edgy Poo. Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Engard the man, but Mr. Engard the Nickel Samurai? What do you think about it? Thank you, Finkel. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Oh my god, I actually got through that pretty decently. I missed a couple lines in there, but alright. That lady is not well. She's a bit crazy right there. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Finkel. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Wendy Oldbag's age is eternal. I love it. I love it. Yeah, anybody could be wearing the costume. I think that's where we're headed right now. They're really one and the same anyway. Ms. Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important to agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before testifying. Alright, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. Yeah, I know, and she just keeps rambling and rambling. So fast you couldn't keep up. I was trying, I was struggling. Just wind it down. Well, I hope you have a good end to your day there, Finkel. Glad you decided to spend it with us. Thank you, BlackRock. Engard, yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? You think there could have been someone else inside that costume? You'll be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, young'uns today. I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. This is just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Hey, Cider, welcome in. How are you doing today? Can't argue with that. I certainly can, and I will. Let's go ahead and save again. And then more old bag. Always more old bag. Would you please get on with your testimony? Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. What? A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts. Okay! You promise, right? Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth. Old chum. I'm not singing! I have no idea what the melody would even be there. The golden goddess of witnessing. Didn't you say that in the last case? I seem to remember that. Alright, so it's the Nickel Samurai that she saw. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket. Now he's not? Not too long ago? Let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What do you want to be when you grow up, whippersnapper? A dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what? See? And look at where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you? Well, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough? At some point, I wish there was just one point where the judge would say, this witness seems unreliable. We're going to have them step off the stand. But no, they can just keep lying and lying. I'm not singing Enka. Holy shit. I'm absolutely definitely not doing any Enka. I promise you that. No way, no how. Yeah, Finkel, you can go ahead and play link clips in chat. That is always whitelisted. If we murder her in court, I suspect we get away with it. No one would ever accuse us of anything. Everyone would look the other way at the same exact moment. Sega might be 100% absorbing Atlas. I don't know if that would be a good thing. I kind of like Atlas being able to do their own thing. I mean, I can understand why they do it, but I think it would be kind of sad. Finkel, thank you so much for clipping that. I appreciate that. All right, so it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. Sky, perfect emote for the occasion. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course. But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. You would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You're such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more trouble for him. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Alright, so we had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing. And that included the Jammin' Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when Engard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. Alright, so he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai. As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. Huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and sitting in plain sight. Emperor, thank you so much for a gift sub to Punisher right there. Number 869. Just a sudden private out of nowhere and just absolutely stunning me. Thank you so much for all the generosity, Emperor and Punisher. Number one, welcome in. And number two, enjoy the sub. Have fun with that. Hey, get off my lawn, whippersnappers. Spoke to the localization lead for Lost Judgment, and there are no streaming restrictions, really. I need to see them put that somewhere. But if that's true, that'd be good. That'd be good, because I do want to stream Judgment and Lost Judgment. I guess I technically don't need to wait until after Yakuza to do those. Technically. But yeah, if I can see that either somewhere on Twitter or somewhere on Sega's site, that is something I'd want to do. And hey, LTG! Thank you for the 5 gift subs right there. Going to Chan 11, Lizord, Kane Strider, Mecha Mocha, and Sky. That is a total of 69 gift subs. Nice. 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 And seriously, thank you so much for all the generosity right there, LTG. That is really cool of you. And Emperor resubbing at tier 3 for 46 months. Emperor, thank you so much for that. Holy crap. Emperor, you know it's always a pleasure to have you around. We missed you while you were gone, and I hope you're doing good. Sky, can I pretend you're the 69th? I mean, you know, I assume those are in random order there. We don't know for certain, so yeah, as far as I'm concerned, headcanon, you can be number 69. Nice. Let's see, Luna, you're heading back to bed. All right, Luna, well, I hope you get a good rest. Good luck catching up on sleep. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging around with us, and we will see you around. I'm not 100% sure I see the contradiction either, but I'm going to look through the evidence that they've got, see if anything jumps out at me. I've peaked the more gift subs ever. That's such a good number to land on. Just leave that there. Get it emblazoned on a plaque or something like that. Commemorate the moment for all time. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Alright, so... let's see. So, she saw the Nickel Samurai. Would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. So he must have worn it. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at our evidence here to see what we got. Never use guides in these games, but I do save scum. I do save scum a lot. I feel like generally I've been handling this game pretty well, but I've gotten stuck in a couple places. Hey, Master V, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so what do we got? Well, Nickel Samurai had a confession after the post-ceremony stage show, but that doesn't really change her testimony, I don't think. Let's see. Map of the Gatewater Hotel. Guards Hakama, right. I think I see what we're going for. Hang on. I kind of think I see what we're heading for, but I'm not sure how to approach it. Let's see. I think it's this. No. I'm not 100% sure what we're going for here. Maya claims that the contradiction is in plain sight. I don't think it's either of the first statements right there. Would have been convenient for him to wear the costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime. He must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Take a look at that right there. I mean, it doesn't look like it's super convenient to do any sort of crime in. Why doesn't Mia just tell us? I know, Mia is incredibly irritating in these games about the fact that she's like, oh, I know how to get your client, not convicted, but I'm not gonna tell you. No, you're gonna have to figure this one out on your own. No, you're gonna have to figure this one out. So what do we need here? So Maya claims that it's obvious. Wait a second. Hang on. Hang on a second. Hang on. Oh. I think I see what we're doing. No, I think I see it. Alright, let's try something here. Let's try this. Oh, that's not it? Shoot. Dang it, I thought that was it. I think I'm on the right case here. Exactly, the older sister is dead, but possessing the younger sister. In this case, the youngest sister, because the middle sister is currently kidnapped. And because of the way they're summoning, because of the way their possession works, they take on the physical attributes of whoever they're channeling, which is super weird. But that's where we're at. All right, so I think I had the right idea, but I was going at it from the wrong angle there. Yeah, I think I was on the right thing right there. So let's try attacking this from the other side. Yeah, there we go. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important in this case? You don't even have to ask, because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. Angard was really in the Nicole samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints of the knife right off. Oh, that's right. The Nicole samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Now let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nicole samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Let's save. And I think, yes, there is. Possibility Matt's a duty-headed dum-dum. I mean, that is a distinct possibility. Yeah, why would you take the gloves off to stab somebody? This is kind of insane here. A man can't fly. That would be magic. Wait, Japan's getting custom Robo V1 and 2? Oh, I'm jealous of them. Get me some of that there. Up to this point, are there any problems with the theories? Yeah, I think so. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Angard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's possible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. I'm not sure how to prove that. Give me just a moment. I need to blow my nose real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, thank you for your patience, everyone. LTG, if you have any links about how to do that, can you shoot me a DM about that? Because I would definitely like to do that. That sounds interesting. And yeah, we've actually had to use the attorney's badge a couple times in this game, oddly enough. Impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. How do we prove it was impossible without intent is the question. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, we know that they were feuding. I figure that might come in there. There is one thing. All right. All right, I think I see it here. Because Edgeworth has actually already given us the problem. The contradiction isn't from the witness, it's from Edgeworth himself. This knife. This was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that. Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita. I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. The knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order! Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? To frame Matt Engard. To frame my client, Mr. Engard, of course. Frame. Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? Well, we just established that the witness saw the Nicole samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Oh, we got him! Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Jipu? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nicole samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... You're saying you mixed up Mr. Engard with the Nicole samurai, his character on TV? I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nicole samurai, that's for sure. He wasn't waiting for the Nicole samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Kurita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Kurita. Maybe. Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. That's who I think Mia's hinting at. Certainly possible. Ms. Old Bag. You were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? I think I know exactly who it is. Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Engard's manager. Why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, this is... I see. Judge seems to be really into this article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's... Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, this witness thought so as well. Looks like he found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you young'uns. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Objecting to an objection? That's objectively worse. I love it. Framed like Rembrandt. I love that as well. Yeah, just gonna take this knife with me for a peaceful talk. We got him on that one. Oh, she has a ring on her finger? Oh, I feel so bad for her husband / ex-husband. Her secret husband, Von Karma. Oh, that would be a twist. Yeah, what are we even trying to prove in this trial? I mean, for Phoenix, we're trying to prove that Matt Engard might not be guilty. Because if he might not be guilty, we can follow that road down here. As to why Edgeworth wanted to keep the case going, that I'm not sure about either. That Engard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a whole scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager? What a distasteful topic for court. What? Nobody's above gossip. Isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true? This proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right! Engard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Wow! Wow, we actually went there. Holy shit. I'm gonna allow it because that song owns so hard. Danger zone. Oh my god, I do love that song so much. It's so good. I'm glad Phoenix is a fan as well. Of course, Archer, but I loved it even before that. It's just a good song. It's just a good song. Alright, so let's go ahead and save before we get started on this. We already took one hit. Gotta be a little careful here. In the words of Sterling Mallory Archer, danger zone. Alright, so that Engard is one evil, evil man. Can't say something like that without proof. It's just slander. But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Ms. AA. The name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. When did I do anything like that? Anyway, Engard will never get me to say touché. Exactly, it is originally from the Top Gun soundtrack, which also had another bunch of good songs on there too, overall. That whole soundtrack was amazing. Alright, he thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that Engard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. Hey, Ball Blair, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going so far? Glad you joined us today. I appreciate having you here. All right, so to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. You don't have any proof that Mr. Engard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that Engard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? No. No. I don't have anything to offer. See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You're just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy. You my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway. Alright, so she cannot condone such dirty tricks, so she took action. What does that mean? Oh, I'm glad you're staying healthy there, Ball Blair. Fingers crossed that it stays that way. So what do you mean I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson? I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this. No, stop! No, it was too bad that woman didn't come through that door that night. And this is top secret, nobody else but you and me know. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yeah, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drill the hole in my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? Let's press further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today. Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me! What do I have to do with this? Just do this for me. You'll get your reward. I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectures me on reckless blabbering. As long as we don't know where the information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. Makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary just now. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm going to press the heck out of it. Alright, so I think we need to prove where she got her information from. So let's go ahead and make another save. Oh my god, Nick. I do love the sense of humor in these games. I really do. So she says nobody else knew except her, and now the people in the court, but I think Lotta knew as well. Maybe we can present that. No, apparently not. Damn it. Thought I had something there. Oops, shoot. I think that's what we gotta do. I think we gotta prove where she got her information from. But where did she get her information from is the question. I could present Lotta just as a character. See if I can do that, maybe. Yeah, let's try doing that. Do I have her? Yeah, I've got her in here, right? Yeah, let's try presenting her. No, that's not it either. Shoot! That's another hit. If she wikied it, that would make sense, honestly. Alright, so, where would she get her information from? That is the question. Gotta be something here. We've already proven that. So we just need to figure out that. We just need to figure out where she got her information from. Well, we already presented the camera. Yeah, it says we need to. I looked it up for a hint, and it's like, oh, you need to present Lotta's camera, but we already did that. Where do we have to present it, I suppose, is the thing. Yeah, we already presented that and it didn't work. Did I click the wrong thing? Yeah, tabloid article about the victim was in the case. Yeah, we already presented that there and it didn't work. That's super weird. Am I missing something? Is there something else we need to do first? I don't know. I think I must be missing something. Now, what am I missing here? And maybe press first. I thought we already did press for it. I thought we already pressed everything. Try again. Wait, yeah, we already did this. Maybe there's an option here that I'd present something? Oh yeah, I think there was, as a matter of fact. Yeah, there's a present evidence option there. Damn it. Alright, so I was just doing it the wrong way. Oh, that's frustrating. I had the right idea, just that I wasn't doing it the way the game wanted it to be. Change the classes on shooting from stormtroopers. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but not really. Alright, Elena, you take care of yourself. Thanks so much for stopping by. It is a pleasure to see you again. I hope you have a good rest, and take care of yourself until we see you next. Yes, this case in particular has been very weird in what they want me to do, so I'm glad I've got the hint file up here. That's been very useful. Yeah, that is a little frustrating, kind of breaking the, I think that's my least favorite thing about mysteries like this, is when you know what you need to do, and the game just wants you to figure out how to do it. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? That's true. Then why do you know it, Ms. Oldbag? Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire the secret info, isn't it? The investigative photographer Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing? On that piece of paper, she'd written down some of her outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Ms. Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Aha! That's it! That's the note! No! You see, this is something completely different! This is my top secret list of groceries to buy! Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note. I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why! That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper! She's working with that evil Engard! She said so herself! Engard, I'm his sidekick! She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she'd written. Edgy Pooh, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Well, there's only a piece of paper. Suppose you can overlook this just once. Looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No! No, pile on more pressure! If I let on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was the note. Is that correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Ms. Oldbag. Oh, time to save again now that we're on one life. No forgiveness, no mercy. I don't believe the note is the only thing you stole that night. Ms. Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside the case, wasn't it? Camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why? Witness! What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera, too. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, I still fall in love, and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what kind of picture she'd taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. Bailiff! Check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Yeah, you a whole-ass thief, she really is. God damn it. Where was she keeping it? That is also a good question. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. Oh. This is the Nicole Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Engard clearly stated that, at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nicole Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nicole Samurai is the defendant. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Oh, God. Oh, God, he's looking to wrap up. That's not good. That's not good. We're getting backed into a corner here. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? Actually, I want to check something. Before I answer. Emperor, thank you for a gift sub to DB Stewart. Gift sub number 870. Emperor, thank you so much for all the generosity today. Seriously, it means a lot. And DB Stewart, enjoy your gift sub right there. Can't wrap up against the rap god? Hell yes. So I think I know what I need to check out here. I want to look at something. Aha! Just as I thought. I think I know exactly what's going on here. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. If I raise an objection here and blow it, then I put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took, there's... let's see, something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree that there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. Really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, you should only need one chance, correct? Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo, but I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did you take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Let's see. I'm gonna debunk this hunk with a bunker buster and peanut butter parfait. That sounds amazing. Let's see. Say the photo has been a real photo bomb in this case. So I can't actually present anything but evidence of this photo. And I can't, like, look at my other evidence right now either, which is not great. What is wrong with this photo? They are actually very cool pants, or hakama as they were calling it earlier. They are very cool, I'll give them that. Like, they are really neat. Is there something strange about the photo? That is the question. What is strange about it? I'm gonna say something's wrong with his pants? I wish I could look at the rest of my evidence. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area here. What are you pointing to, his ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. Engard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look look at the Nicole Samurai's poster. Aha! Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nicole Samurai is clearly holding the hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. That would have made more sense if I was allowed to look at that poster during that, but I wasn't allowed to, unfortunately. That was a little weird. Those pantaloons don't lie! Excuse me. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is it? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack? Then I haven't damaged his case at all? Something's going wrong with Mr. Edgeworth. It's true, Edgeworth's only gotten shocked once or twice. And for the most part, he's kind of just let me do whatever I want. It's very weird. You just digging the pants I was trying to backseat? I didn't think you do. They were cool pants. They really were. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Engard, then everything the prosecution is trying to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What? Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Engard. In that case, who is this a photo of? I'm gonna save again, because I do have a guess. But I'm not 100% about it, but there's only one person I'm thinking of here. I'm pretty sure it's the same person you're thinking of, Chet. Who is the person wearing the Nicole Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? Well, it's Adrian Andrews, right? That's kind of what we're building this entire case around. Adrian Andrews. If you want to know who that Nicole Samurai is, it's none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Ms. Andrews? What in the world points you to her? Well, for starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Engard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as a murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Ms. Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carita. There we go. If you figured you would come to this, why did you waste all our time? I think he's got a trump card he hasn't shown here, Rooks. I'm getting nervous. Hey, Tonda, it has been too long. How have you been doing, Tonda? What have you been playing recently? Tell me absolutely everything. And if we have any mods around, can I get a shout out for Tonda? Oh, you already got on it, Rin. Thank you so much for that. If anybody in here isn't following Tonda, you should. He's fantastic. Plays some very cool retro games, often some very obscure stuff, which you know is right up my alley. Also, just the most wholesome of all streamers on Twitch. It's been determined by a panel of scientists. Double-blind testing, very official. So make sure and click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You're going to have a good time over there, most definitely. And Emperor, thank you for the gift sub to Tonda, gift sub number 871. I appreciate that. Let's see, Tonda gets a wholesome bribe, a very wholesome bribe. Thank you for that. But yeah, what have you been playing, Todd? I'd love to hear what you're up to. I haven't been able to catch your stream in forever because I've been going to bed at weird times. But I'd love to hear all about it. Currently on a super obscure game called Castlevania 3, a classic, an absolute classic. Is that what you played before? Either way, how's it going? I'd love to hear. All right, so we've officially accused Adrian Andrews of the murder, which is the turning point in everything we've been building to in the defense. So let's see how it goes. It was Ms. Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! 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 It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Ms. Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. All right, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day? No! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Ms. Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. So this is basically something that the mysterious kidnapper told us, is not only do we have to get the client declared not guilty, we also have to do it in one day. So while this is very good normally that we've got a continuance till the next day to prove someone else did it, we're supposed to do it today. We're supposed to do this all today, so this is extremely dangerous. Let's see, new to you, Todd. Awesome. How are you liking it so far? I hope you're having a good time with it. The Great Battle V before. I've never heard about that one before. What system is that even on? I'm curious about that. Emperor, I see you have invested in a Harvester sequel right there. It is a moment of high tension right here, so I don't mind stepping back from the game for a moment, gather my thoughts about this incredibly important choice, and think about what's already in my mind anyway, a Harvester sequel, because as much as I try to focus on things like this game, or meals, or my job, or, life in general, I'm always really thinking about a Harvester sequel, at pretty much all times, every day, all days, all year long. So, easy enough to bring my mind back to that, because who wouldn't want a Harvester sequel? Harvester being one of the most unique games ever made. Harvester sequel would be not quite as unique since it's technically a sequel, but still, would be weird stuff. And how do I know that? Well, easy. I don't. I'm making all this up. Just like those points are just completely made up and don't actually have any monetary value, so they can't actually contribute to getting a Harvester sequel, but I appreciate you doing it nonetheless. Thank you for that. Oh, let's see. SNES, alright. Japanese only, fan translated. Oh, nice. Alright, so kind of like Super Robot Wars in that sense. Very cool. I'm going to have to check out your VODs. It sounds really neat. Alright, so. Do we wait and see or do we raise an objection? Oh my god, this is really dangerous. This is incredibly dangerous. Because normally this is exactly what we need to do. Except this is actually bad for us. 'Cause the problem is I don't know what to object about. I have no idea what we could possibly object with, so it would just be a bluff. I'm gonna wait and see. Because I don't want the judge smacking me down for objecting with nothing, and I really have nothing. I have to do something. The trial must go on. But I don't have anything left. No evidence, no nothing. Now then, the court will... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Ms. Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Ms. Andrews. Looks like the battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Whew, that was close. That was too close. What? Edgeworth's playing at something here. Edgeworth seems like he's up to something, and I'm not sure what. I've got some theories, but they are all pretty wild. We'll see. We will see. Alright. Alright, take care of yourself, Vesper. Have a good day at work. Thanks for stopping by, and we will see you around. Let's see, March 22nd, 2:14 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian? No way, not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. Would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yeah, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yes. Ms. Andrews depended on Ms. Impacts as her strength and reason to live. But then Ms. Impact suddenly killed herself. Sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of the murder. That's why I think that Ms. Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Ms. Andrews' dependency issues regarding Ms. Impacts. It was Edgeworth. Looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. It's true, all the evidence we're about to spring is things that Edgeworth told us in the first place. He's the one that gave us those files about the suicide and the attempted suicide. Excuse me. Alright. Per usual, it's up to the defense to do its job and the prosecutions at the same time. The legal system in this world is very bonkers, it really is. It's very weird. Let's see. We've successfully proven that our client is not guilty, so over to Edgelord to prosecute. In Edgeworth's game, he also gets tons of crap flung at him. I can't wait to play those games, too. I plan to play those as well. March 22nd, 2:25 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Ms. Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. She still got that weird card she was holding earlier, too. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Engard. I see. Now then, Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yes, sure, what is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Kurita. I was aware of this rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it a bait and fry? It reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Ms. Andrews. Very well then, witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. Yeah, Edgeworth has some plan, and it's not just any plan, it's a very big, well-thought-out plan. It feels like the entire time we're basically just following a plan he's been dragging us along in, and I'm not 100% sure why, which is interesting. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes. Sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. Yes, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Alright. Is that what the people of LA Japan live like? I guess. Personally, I just can't imagine anybody just drinking straight-up tomato juice like that. Much less two people drinking straight-up tomato juice like that. That's super weird to me. I've had tomato juice before, but like mixed into stuff? Just drinking it straight up. I don't know about that. Should have had a V8, Tonda. You know. You know. Alright, it's time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. And what was Mr. Engard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nicole Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Engard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you? Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Ms. Andrews, remove Mr. Engard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? You just get basic grammar. The witness may continue. No alcohol in Nintendo Land, this is true. That's probably the reason it was changed to tomato juice. But still. Like, it's because he was like a big buff dude from a Sentai show, I do believe that he'd be drinking something a little bit more healthy than that. That makes sense. Alright, so after that she went to Juan's room. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Let's press a little bit further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. You can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? Alright, so... we might be able to use evidence there later. We'll consider that. Alright, so then she saw his dead body. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What she saw naturally was the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Capcom's knockoff Samus. I always did think she'd looked a bit like Samus. It's true. It's true. Alright, so she felt like she was about to faint, so she poured herself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Ms. Andrews, I'd like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank? I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Oh, we're pressing on that, you better believe. Ms. Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. I think we've got her here. I think we've got her here because I see a contradiction right here if we can prove it. So we'll go ahead and save. And then we will present the guitar case.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is that correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what was so strange. Ms. Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Ms. Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. It may very well be, however... the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? I'm gonna save because it does. It absolutely does have a relation to this case. It's incredibly important. I just don't know how yet. But still, we gotta keep up with this. Seems there's no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along, for now. Ms. Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. Alright. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Well, that whole testimony just sounds like garbage. I don't know, I don't remember. We got a lot we need to press on here. So let's go ahead and make one more save, and let's go through and listen to everything we got there. So she doesn't remember too clearly because she was a bit dazed. During your testimony just now, did you remember these events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Ms. Andrews? Yes, it was me. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Karita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witnesses said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But, getting back on topic. The witness's memory is holier than a Swiss cheese. Blessed by the Pope! This is true. This is true. That makes it really hard to press on this. So it's not a big deal, though, right? The case was empty after all. Was it really empty? Oops, wrong button. I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. As for why she opened the case, even she doesn't know. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. Should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. I've got some ideas, but I'm not 100% sure how to press on this, so not on this statement. Suppose she must have opened the guitar case after she opened the vase over? I mean, yeah, that would make the most sense. Case was empty after all. As for why she opened the case, even I don't know. I think she was looking for something. I think that's what was happening. I think she was looking for something. I think I might know how to prove it. Joke has too many holes. I know it was a cheesy joke. Most people aren't really that fond of them. Rare for them to be Gouda jokes. You may think of me as a monster for these jokes, and that I could do shedder than this. I mean no parm in these puns. Holy shit. LTG climbing the mountain of puns. Nailing every handhold there. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Alright, so let's try presenting some evidence. I don't know if it's in this statement or the previous one, but it's one of these two. Not 100% sure what to present either. But I think... let's try this. Nope, not that one. Shoot! And then we get a guilty verdict. All right, this one's gonna be tough because we're already right on one life. I see where we're going. I'm not sure how to get on the right path is the tricky part. Like I know what we're eventually going to need to do, but I'm not sure how the game wants us to be presenting the evidence towards it is the tricky thing. That's the hard part. That is the hard part. So, basically, I think we need to prove that there is another reason for her to be in the room, that there is definitely something that she would want to be doing there. So, let's see, what do we do here? Oh, no, that doesn't, hang on. So I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Because that's what she's saying. Is she's saying, oh, well, if the guitar case only has water on the top, that must have mean after I spilled the vase, I opened it. That's what she's claiming right here. However, there's a problem with that. There is no way you are the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on the guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. Oh, What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Gloves? Why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? You have something that could prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? As a matter of fact, I do. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on the wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? What the hell? Order, order, order. Gloves come off and on as convenient for the plot. That's certainly what she's doing, but we're not going to stand for that. We're not doing that. What if I were to tell you that you are a liar liar whose pantaloons are ablaze? Hey, Master V, thank you for the bits. That was the winning combo, of course. Excellent. Thank you so much for that, Master V. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar! The bright red guitar was at the studio! Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean... it was a bright white guitar? Wait, no, that's not right either. I'd admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactics at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Ms. Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, right, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why this guitar case has anything at all to do with the murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Oh god, we better save again. We better save one more time here. Intermittent fasting! Oh god damn it. Hey, Andrews, can we just skip forward a few hours until the next time you tell us you had it all figured out and then just tell us what was going on? That would save so much time. If only. If only. Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar was... So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I don't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Well... I would think... that what was in the case... And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Why, Mr. Wright, why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Damn it! Yes, and never bring it out again. And a foolish fool gets love. Do you still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder? I wouldn't say something I don't intend to prove. Alright, so what was in the case at the time of the murder is the question. I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Just once again, what do we need to prove it? What do we need to use to prove it? What was inside the case? What was inside the case? Alright. So I was thinking it might have been the suicide note, but what if it wasn't? So, there is another piece of evidence we haven't brought up yet. That's this press conference ticket. It is a huge piece of weirdness around this case. So just to recap, what happened, what we found out yesterday is that there was this big award ceremony, and then after that there was going to be a post-ceremony stage show. But after that there was going to be a press conference from the Nickel Samurai. And what we'd been told is that the Nickel Samurai intended to confess something, but we didn't know what. However, weirdly, Matt Engard, the Nickel Samurai, said he'd never heard about any of this. So if he was going to confess something at a press conference, why would he not know that he's going to be there to confess? That's the thing. Now that we still haven't explained this whole time. So, there's one other thing we have that doesn't fit together either. So what if we make a bit of a leap of logic here? This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what's in the picture, Your Honor. In this picture? It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. A pepper. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Wright, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Ms. Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Ms. Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. The real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Engard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places. True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai's costume doing inside the guitar case? Let's save here, because I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to say it was a spare costume, though. Mr. Engard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we're talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nicole Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Kirito, was the Jamba Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nicole Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point.
Objection!
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nicole Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you, oh god. Oh god. That's a good question, yep. Good question, yep, real good question. Awesome question. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nicole Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nicole Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Press conference? Yes, the Nicole Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. Engard himself said he had no idea what he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Carita himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nicole Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Carita was going to hold the press conference as the Nicole Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nicole Samurai and hold a conference? Why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The Nicole Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Carita, posing as the Nicole Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Engard. Yes, I guess that is what that would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. Ms. Andrews? I can see why you're pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Ms. Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. A fake nickel? That's forgery! And forging currency is a federal crime. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. You? Juan had bet everything on the Jamba Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Engard's is, Ms. Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. Ah, I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. And that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. Engard? Yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Ms. Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Secrets so powerful, more powerful than even Metal Gear. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. What? From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with the testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. No, there's faults. There's faults. There's faults. Not 100% sure where yet, but we're going to find them. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything is swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Let's see. Hey, Kane Strider, hope you've been enjoying your lurk and also enjoy those emotes as well. Have fun with those. Devious Spirit, this took a turn after you doze off. Oh yeah, this is getting more and more intense the whole time. Riding that razor's edge here. Alright, so from the moment she saw the crime scene, she had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Would you say that this was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. We didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? So Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Engard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Ms. Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Engard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Can we? I don't know if we can. Let's take a quick look. I don't know if we... I don't think we do. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information is not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Ms. Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Alright, so she's changed her testimony to, I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Engard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Carita with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Engard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Engard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Alright, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder, she says. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Engard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Engard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. Judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. So her thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and this murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the German ninja's costume. Talking about this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I don't think that makes it very decisive evidence. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information in your testimony. So the button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I hear. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought that I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. Where and what? Alright, so the last statement is, but I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Ms. Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Ms. Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? To me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief! I'm gonna pin you down this time, Ms. Andrews. Alright, so we pressed on everything here, twice in a couple of things. Phoenix was thinking this was the suspicious thing. That button was torn off of Juan during the fight with Matt. Now, do we have any way to disprove that is the question? Oh, well, nothing there. Now, let's see. What else do we have here? Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife is the autopsy report. Nothing there. Was ripped from his costume, is covered in Kirito's blood found in Engard's hakama. Is the button on his costume? I believe it is not. No, you can very clearly see one of his buttons is missing in the picture. And on top of that, you can see there's blood from the knife near where the button was. So it's plausible that the blood could have gotten on the button if it was right there at the time of the murder. The only difference being that we suspect he was stabbed after death, because the cause of death was the strangulation. That might be something we could press on there, but I'm not sure how we would accomplish that. We got the autopsy report that says he was strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Is the blood tomato juice? No, unfortunately, they did test that at the lab. So we do know that that red stuff on the button is Juan Carita's blood, the murder victim's blood. All right. Hey, Artemis, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. No worries, no worries. I kind of figured that was a typo. Either way, welcome in. How are you doing today? How's your week going? Is there some way we can prove that it was torn off? I don't know. I feel like the fact that the knife seems like it's a setup is part of this. Kind of want to push on that, but is there something else here? Is there something else we can do here? Let's see. There's got to be some sort of contradiction here. I mean, I know two of our statements change, and usually when there's statements change, that means one of them is going to be where we have to press, and this is one of them. So we just have to figure out which one to press on. I think it's this one, because it's the one where Phoenix Wright is like, there's got to be something here. I think I do want to press on that. Like I said, it feels like the fact that a knife was put in as seemingly something to frame him, and at the end, where he was actually strangled first, is the thing. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to prove that with just the autopsy report, but I think that's where you want to go. Oh, it sounds delicious, Artemis. Hope that'll help you wake up then. And good morning to you as well. All right, let's try this. Let's try this then.
Objection!
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Ms. Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Gotcha! We got her now. Order! What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight. So the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this off from the victim's body. And that would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with that button? What was it? There is only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. Now we're getting right down to it. Right down to it. And the real murderer is? Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not till the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard, is... Ms. Ms. Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Karita's killer! What? Ms. Oldbag! Just send her to jail. Death penalty, please. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright! That was a very... I was thinking Pikachu too, Emperor. I'm glad it wasn't just me. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Ms. Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints would only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Hey Jimmy, good morning. How are you doing today, Jimmy? How's your week going? And Velvet VHS, welcome in. Glad to have you join us today. How are you doing today? How's your week going? The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you yet again, Ms. Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Ms. Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only be the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Emperor, thank you so much for the gift sub to Jimmy the Cannon right there. Gift sub number 872. Jimmy, also bribery. Thank you for the bribe, Emperor. And Jimmy, enjoy those emotes right there. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found in the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there's this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Engard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Ms. Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Ms. Andrews? I've got her this time. Ms. Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Interesting. Now we're getting into some deep territory as far as the legal system of this world. Because we've never heard about a fifth, pleading a fifth in this world before, I don't think. So this is something new. This is something new. Let's see, managed to grab some sleep after night shift, just woke up literally, about to go into a lurk and try out our new vacuum cleaner. Hopefully it works well, and good morning to you, Velvet. Alright. You are absolutely correct, Ms. Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination, by allowing a witness to not testify if a testimony can cause damage to themselves. pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Engard's room, Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. Wait a second. That's it. That's when Francesca planted the idea into her head. She must have told Ms. Andrews to not testify if things look bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. One thing I haven't done? What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Ms. Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Carita. Ms. Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Carita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Ms. Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taking that defiant attitude again! Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we've reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Ms. Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is actually the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true! In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do. Oh no, we're gonna save. Oh, this is looking bad. This is looking bad. And that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter. And at tomorrow's trial... Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow! If we don't get a not guilty verdict then today, then... Alright, so anybody just joining us, the big thing in this case is that Phoenix's assistant, Maya, has been kidnapped. And the murderer has said that Maya will only go free if Phoenix can prove Matt Engard is innocent in 1 day. So we're so close right now, but if the judge says we have until tomorrow to find more evidence, Maya's dead. Normally this would be a good thing. This happens all the time in these cases, and it's fantastic for us, but this is terrible. This is awful. Oh God. Fluffy's welcome in. How are you doing today? Alright, hang on just a moment, folks. I need to blow my nose, but think on that for a second before we see what happens next. DB Stewart, you hit it right on the head. Normally, You know, when we get a continuance like this, it's great. It means we've essentially won that day of the case, but here they've twisted it so it's the worst news we could possibly get. Rin, thank you for the links. I appreciate that. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... But it's impossible to continue as long as the witnesses refuse to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true, Ms. Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing I'm curious about. Ms. Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they're shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual. But I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. We don't know if Edgeworth knows what's going on. He might not. He's not supposed to. We never told him. So as far as we know, the only people that know about Maya are Phoenix, Mia, and Detective Gumshoe, because we brought him in. But I got my suspicions right here. Green screen's a little wonky. All right, let me see if I can fix that. Thank you for letting me know. That should be easy enough to fix. Give me just a moment here. It's usually the exact same thing, so let me do this real quick. Oh, goodness. Wow. All right. That's a big difference right there. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. I like the little shaken not stirred joke in there. I noticed that one. Thank you, Rin. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Ms. Andrews, if you please. Alright, I'm not sure what Edgeworth's getting at here, but I've got a suspicion. A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and I saw it in that messy state. Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim? Why didn't you just say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. Getting right down to the wire here. So let's make another save first, before we start questioning her. And then we'll just press on everything and see what we can find. So she didn't really pour it for herself. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But she was surprised when she walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Carino? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what did you do next? See next, witness? Yeah, they're always all up against Wright. It's so mean. So Wanda was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. It's just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? So that might be what we need to press on, because I've got some suspicion about that. When you saw him sitting like that, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he'd smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then he felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so he went to pour him some juice. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. But then, the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he'd gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see. And after that, what happened next? So when she realized he was dead, that's when she knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked, staggered backwards, and knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides. Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Is that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, can you tell us the truth this time? Alright, so I've got an idea. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. I've got an idea for this one. It almost seems too obvious, but I mean, like, it feels super obvious, but like, he had a knife sticking out of his chest. So, so you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. Huh. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it a bit obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Carino's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought this here was a dead man. That's... Well, you see... I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is? Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly. That you are the real killer! Did we get her? Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Engard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. It's because... Ms. Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. And there's no need for the court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Engard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Engard. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth? What do you... Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Engard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Francesca von Karma. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Ms. Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Ms. Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Engard will be acquitted. Ms. Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and it's clinging to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time we've ever come across anything like this. But Ms. Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is to get her not guilty. That's my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to save again. I think we're heading towards something heavy. Let me catch up on Chad a little bit, too. Interesting bit of coincidental harmony, Shane being in his last bit of health, and Maya potentially being at the end of her oath. It's all coming right down to a head right here, which is really intense. Your shield has become your coffin. That's exactly what it is. The thing that was supposed to save her is what's going to doom her if she keeps up with this. Hey, Dragoon Training, welcome in. How are you doing today? Lightsaber was the best Freudian slip. I'm always thinking about Star Wars. Let's be honest. Never not thinking about Star Wars. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right? I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right? Come on, come now. What will you do? kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It's Old Bag! Give her the death penalty! Oh, hey, Geek Boy! Welcome in! And thank you for a 21-month resub. Almost 2 years, coming right up on it. Thank you so much for the resub, Geek Boy. It has been a pleasure knowing you and having you around for that long, so thank you for the support. It means a lot. Alright. I want to request a not guilty verdict. But if we do, we might send the wrong person to jail. And as much as Phoenix would like to say his only concern is his client, where's justice? Phoenix is also a man that believes in justice, and getting the wrong person convicted, even if there's any chance, if there's even a chance it's the wrong person, I think we gotta keep going in here. Let's see if we can force her to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Ms. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Engard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Oh, what a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Ms. Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop! Mr. Edgeworth! This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. Secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're gonna say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk. Please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. Holy shit, this is getting intense. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife, and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. That's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume. Stabbed the body? With a knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take court a little while to understand, but this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Ms. Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Engard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Ms. Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. So now she's claiming she was pleading the fifth not to protect herself from incriminating herself for the murder, but to protect herself from the frame job, which is still a crime, but isn't the murder, which she's saying she didn't do. And she's saying Matt did. My client. Which would mean that she's dug herself all the way out of the hole that we put her in. God damn. Alright, this is a problem. This is a problem. I don't know who's killing who anymore. This is getting so incredibly labyrinthine and complex. But it's down to us to figure out where all this leads. We gotta untangle this mess. Somehow, some way, we've got to figure out where the truth and the lies are, and what the hell happened on the day of the murder here. Alright, let's start by pressing everything, see if we get anything new here. So when she first saw him, she really thought he'd fainted. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you didn't know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. And that's why I thought I'd wake him up and to pour the juice. Let's see, San Data, welcome in. How are you doing today? So when I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. First thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. She made sure there was no one in the hallway and then made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So then she stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But, at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So, you thought to rip off one of the buttons off and place it in Mr. Engard's hakama. Yes, that's what I'd planned to do. But things never got to go that smoothly, do they? Hey, Lodo, welcome in. Good morning to you as well. How are you doing, Lodo? How's your week been going? Yeah, sleeping in that gear arm must have been incredibly painful. Was it actually made out of metal? In which case, oh my god, his poor ribs. And if it wasn't made out of metal, wouldn't he just be squishing it? That's, I suppose, like styrofoam or something that's kind of squishy that you just have to kind of fluff it back up once he gets back up. But either way, that's weird. Yeah, classic Von Karma justice right there, trying to hide the truth because it's not the truth she wants. That's one way to set up a crime. Hey. So just when she finished and was returning to Matt's room, she had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lana. There's also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Ms. Oldbag for you. Yeah, it's true. It is just a typical Sentai show is what I've been comparing it to. And Sentai shows typically have the monsters are all rubber costumes. So it stands to reason anything that would need to be molded like that could be some sort of rubber too. That makes sense. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. So that's why she ended up using the Nicole Samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is this secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nicole Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Engard's room and planted the button. Into Matt Sakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it in a bag. Then, I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word! What does all this mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Engard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francesca, huh? She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she's not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right? It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Ms. Andrews of anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Ms. Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. No! Today's trial. It's over. I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. That card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now, I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there, right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. It's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. What, as far as a clue to this case? I don't see why. Witness! That card! Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly and inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? Hey, Grunt, welcome in. How are you doing today, Grunt? How is your week going? And after I save, I will give you a shout out. What have you been playing recently, Grunt? I haven't been able to stop by since last week, I don't think. I would love to hear what you got going on. Yeah, this game is very intense. This series is very intense, and this case in particular, super duper intense. Oh my god. I'm loving it so far, though. It's really good stuff. I mean, she's gonna go to prison right now for the framing, at least, but there's still something else here. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, I can guess why, Edgeworth is, pissed off, because if nothing else, she contaminated the crime scene by literally stealing a piece of evidence as to the identity of the real killer, quite possibly. Final cases are where they love to bring the extra heat. I love it. I love it. Let's see. And, in case anyone isn't already following Grunt Guru in here, we got a little bit of downtime right now. Jump in there. Fix that by clicking that link and clicking follow over on Grunt's page. He's a fantastic retro streamer. Plays a lot of really cool and fairly obscure, oftentimes, retro games. Oftentimes very challenging retro games as well. The man has the patience of a saint. I don't know how he does it, but I'm amazed every time I'm over there. You beat Zelda 2 and Ninja Gaiden. Holy crap. How fast did you beat Ninja Gaiden? Because you were on Zelda 2 for quite some time. Did you just steamroll over Ninja Gaiden? Is that a thing you can do? I'm impressed either way. Holy crap. Let's see. Geek Boy snacksident when you eat an entire pizza by mistake. I have never eaten an entire pizza by mistake. I eat entire pizzas intentionally. Every time, no excuses, no other way about it. That's how I do it. Accidents. No, never. I know what I'm doing. When I get in there, I know what I'm doing. People are like, oh, do you want one slice or two? No. That entire thing is going down the hatch. Right here, right now. Took like 7 hours. 5 of them were on the final stage. The final stage is a nightmare. But still, was that one stream then? Holy crap, that is impressive. Congratulations, Grunt. Axiom Verge, I tried that one out. I didn't like it so much. I'd love to hear what you think about it once you try it out. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you think it's cool. It has a very cool aesthetic, if nothing else. I like that a lot. One does not simply eat a pizza by mistake. No. No regrets. No regrets. All right. March 22nd, 5:24 p.m., Wright and Company Law Offices. So we're still on the same day. This is the day, we haven't gone to the next day yet. We're still on the day of the trial right there. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. I can't take it anymore. Look at him, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word. It hasn't hurt Maya. And he won't, because Mr. Engard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So... Hey, guys! Glad I caught you, pal! Mr. Scruffy Detective! Oh, boy. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday! I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal! Say what?! You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Engard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Ms. Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. Truth. Ms. Andrews' last testimony. Wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself. But I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why don't you want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. Engard. I couldn't figure that out from anything she said all day. And then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie, per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor is better than that. But Jessica Von Karma. Speaking of Ms. Von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Ms. Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? You gonna visit her, pal? No. Oh, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's let her whip us, Mr. Nick. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. Yeah, it's been literally hours since he was fired, that's true. I don't know why we'd have time to set something else up. Hey, Beanie, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. And Ray Comey, welcome in. How are you doing? How's your week going? Yeah, Roxana, I was hoping not to ever have to go back there, but we might not have a choice. Oh, God. Alright, so... let's head back to the detention center first thing. I am doing well, Beanie. Thank you for asking. March 22nd, detention center visitors room. What the guard told me. Sounds like along with Mr. Engard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here. Maybe we should talk with them since they're here. Yeah, both of them are still in questioning. And we don't have time to waste. Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Alright, so we might not be able to do anything there, unfortunately. Alright. Let's see. Where do we want to go next is the question. I don't know why we need to go over to criminal affairs, but I think we're going to head over there. Let's just see who's over there for right now, and then we'll work with that. And let me see here. Let's just put that away for right now. March 22nd, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or other. Huh, probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass the victims list around. You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. Engard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Alright, so they're working on something different. That's interesting. Well, maybe we'll come back here later, see what else we can see. Yeah, we got some mods around, no worries. Let's see. Alright, so I guess I'll pop over to the hotel next, see what's going on over there. I don't know if we'll have anything else we can find over there, but we shall see. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. Yeah, that's the only thing I can do about stream elements, unfortunately. Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Oh, god damn it! Miss Oldbag! Don't devalue my name and turn into a gasp, you spiky-headed pettifogger! Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy, again! Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something more valuable. I want Edgy Boo's heart. I want it all for me. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Arrgh! Ah! Miss Oldbag! Keep your hands off me! This helmet is airtight. No air gets in, no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with such silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Why is it always Wendy Oldbag? Why is it always Wendy Oldbag? Ha! You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Oh, this is bad. Nope, if I ask her any questions, that's all she does. She just shoots at me. Well, I don't know what to do about her for right now, so I guess we're going to have to leave. Damn it! Damn it! Alright. Yo, Oldbag, you owe me royalties for saying whippersnapper. That'd be a nice thing to trademark. Alright, so let's head back to Wright and Company. And against my better judgment and against all general sanity, she doesn't have a lock. She does not have a lock yet. She just won't answer my questions is all. So it's not that she's lying, which a lock would mean. It just means she's being a jackass is all. But we'll come back later. We'll see what else we can do. For the moment, we still have one place we haven't been yet, which is the Hottie Clinic. Which I hope never to go back to, but here we go. Damn it. Maybe he's not there today. Maybe we won't have to deal with him. Maybe we can just walk on in and... I never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? Ah, hi. Oh, wait a second. You're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can take me. Yes. You can tell me. Director Hottie. Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director, Francesca. How is Francesca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes. Yes, and that surgery, it went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret, like she would scream real loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes. But I think I can get used to it. Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky Friska. But that's good to— Ow! Okay. Yes. Time for my IV drops. Yes. You can go ahead and turn it off yeah, leave it on like 10 minutes for the rest of the stream if you don't mind, Rin. I'd appreciate that, just in case there's still anything going on. We don't know if the bot's still pointed here, but no, I appreciate that, Rin. Thank you for asking. It needed to be asked. And thank you for everything. Seriously, I really appreciate that. Yeah, Edgeworth is completely fooled by this guy, not even noticing what's going on there. I mean, in fairness to Edgeworth, he does have other things on his mind right now, like the fact his boss has been shot. I'd understand why that'd be occupying my attention as well. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Oh, I knew I should have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running this trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one have to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. By taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Ms. Von Karma, you made a deal with Ms. Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Engard, you told Ms. Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have any proof I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Ms. Andrews' own crime. That isn't my problem, whether she tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find Engard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Ms. Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Engard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was— Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over. So, if you'll excuse me. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Ms. Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as he wanted, but to go that far... but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright. The courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. By the way, Edgeworth, you're really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Witness, that card! Give it to me, hurry! Do you have any idea what you stupidly and inadvertently done? Yes, I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card? What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. The Special Investigations Team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Your task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley the Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer and assassin. The best at that. An assassin? Picture card was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder, and Ms. Andrews was carrying it. So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because the professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them. He has the habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I say even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? Guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right? Listen, you need to know something. Juan Carita was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Engard, your own client. Please, stop! I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue our investigation, you will need this. What is that? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. A letter received from Edgeworth allows bearer to freely investigate the crime scene. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mr. Nick? Do you think Mr. Engard hired an assassin? No way! I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please, all I ask is you make it home, safe and sound. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. Guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. Oh, God! Maya, don't be like that, Maya. Don't be like that. Yeah, one of those fictional hyper-honorable assassins. I don't think that's a real thing. If you're going to be an investigator, you got to get a frilly tie. Very important, Nano. Extremely important. And hey, Lieutenant Link, welcome in. How are you doing today, Lieutenant Link? Hope everything's going well with you. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to take a look around. Date unknown, time unknown, location unknown. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Alright, I'm going to blow my nose real quick. I will be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Alright, I'm back, folks. Thank you for waiting. Just to clarify what Maya was saying about Sis. So Maya is a spirit channeler. She can channel the spirit of the dead. So she figured out a clever way to communicate with Phoenix while she's in captivity. What she can do is she can let herself get possessed by the spirit of her older sister, Mia. Then Mia can look around at her surroundings. If she writes a note, she can read the note. Otherwise, she can just see what there is there. And then her little sister, Pearl, who is still with Phoenix, can later also let herself get possessed by Mia, and Mia can explain everything that she saw. It's extremely supernatural, but, you know, in the world of this game, it makes sense. Cousin, sorry, not little sister, cousin. I always forget that. Thank you, Quesita. Alright, let's have a look around and see what we can see here. It's weird. What's a figurine doing on the sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. Wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. There's a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." But this could be a clue. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat, there goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. That would have been nice, but yeah, no dice. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. Sure, a lot of electronic gadgets here. What is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way! You're lying! I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! March 22nd, 7:04 p.m., Hottie Clinic reception. Mr. Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, yes, Pearls? I caught up on my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. Let's see, the intrigue has definitely gone up a notch. Holy crap, this is super high intensity. She's about as tech-savvy as Derek Zoolander. The files are in the computer. Such a great scene right there. Super competent with all things mystical, but can't operate a VCR. I can understand those vibes. Most definitely. Who puts a heckin' work meeting on a heckin' Friday afternoon? Oh, Emperor, I'm so sorry. Well, good luck with the work meeting. We'll be here. We gotcha. Got 1 hour yourself, DB Stewart? Oh, man, on a Friday. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully yours goes smoothly as well. All right. What a... Let's see. Let's go ahead and save here. Since we made a little bit of progress. All right. Let me check something out real quick. All right. And then let's continue. Let's keep going. So it doesn't look like there's anything else to do here for right now, so let's go ahead and move. He's got nothing else to say here, so let's head back to the hotel. Hopefully now we can get in now that we've got that slip of paper, which we can present to Wendy to hopefully get in. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Ms. Oldbag, if you would look at... What, you want me to look at this worthless piece of... Edgy poo. Is that a perfume? Pheromone d'amore I smell? Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? Ha, that man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Alright, we lost our letter, but I think we did what we needed to do. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. It may be, but you know nothing's gonna come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Wendy! Ah! What? What now? One last thing before I forget. You can't go into Engard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? Wonder if they're the team in charge of the investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there, you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Alright, so we can't go in Matt's room today. That's not good, but we'll see what we are able to see then. Yeah, Pearl needs to be taught not to hit. Holy shit, what the hell? Alright, so... move to Viola Hall first. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about the killer. The old baggiest Wendy you've known. Same here. Same here. Alright, back to the hallway then. Hey, city boy. Lana, you're still here? Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? And this hotel has just that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Right given. Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? Yeah, we do have our camera. Would you please take a look at this? Oh, can I not give it back to her? Or maybe I need to do it in conversation, I don't know. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lana, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix! Here it comes! I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess that means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean stuff about Engard shoving his manager lady on a corrida? Yeah. Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull hooters. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kinda how it is. Hey, you that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do it on your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. Tabloid photographer without a camera, just tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, here. I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already? Exhausting. Exhausting is what she is. Alright, so we can't go into Matt Engard's room today, but we can go into Juan Corrida's hotel room, aka the scene of the crime. So let's see what we can see in there. We already looked it over pretty thoroughly, but what else are we going to do? Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? I hate evil ghosts! Wow! I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Excuse me, why should you call it a demon, brat? Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien! Or are you calling it an alien? Aren't we done with her yet? For God's sakes! Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What is wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. She's just just everywhere, Rooks. I can't escape. I run, and she's always everywhere. And highly unprofessional, always. Always. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecilic look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're gonna take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here that whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Engard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at the mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? Presents. They're all bears, right? Yeah, she's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, it's because he can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by a river going, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. Please just renegade effector through a window Mass Effect 2 style. Oh, that would be the dream archetype. just stop her for talking for once. Croc? I mean, this is still a Nintendo game originally, so they had to be careful what they said. For the children. Oh, God, alright. Alright, hang on, before we do that... Can we take a look at the bears? Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. All pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears. Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl. I don't think I want to bear with the trauma that last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Defenestrate! There's a good word. I like that one. Alright, well, I don't know if there's anything else to see here. Let's see. Yeah, can you ban Mo, please? He's horrible. His jokes. His jokes. Or at least what he alleges are jokes. Let's be real. Guy's a monster. Let's see. Do we have anything in the court record we can show her or ask her about? Not really. I guess we could ask her about some people. That could be a thing. I don't think she'd know about anybody. But, you know, we gotta do something here. And she's not talking to me, of course. No, she's given the same non-answer as before, so I don't think we're going to get anything out of her. Dang it. Alright. Head out to the hallway. There doesn't seem to be anything else going on here. Pop back to criminal affairs. No, nothing going on here. Detention center? There we go. Oh, I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aww. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Engard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Client's request is a request. Guess I should go check up on his cat. Alright, sure. Let's go check up on his cat. Yeah, the lady's sickness was that she has a dependent nature. That was it. So basically, she constantly, like, is taking things from other people as just, like, huge pillars of her life. And that's why there was nothing we could do to convince her to disbelieve Francesca. Because she just chose to believe that hugely. It might be a translation issue. It might just be a made-up disease. I'm not sure. Why did he stay at the hotel when his house is down the street? That one I can actually give a good reason for. And that's because he was in that Super Sentai outfit, so he probably needed somewhere to change, if nothing else. And he did have a pretty small room, too, so, you know, the costume difficulties, that would make sense to me anyway. Like, I don't think he'd want to change into, his, Nicole Samurai outfit at his house and then walk down there. Probably wouldn't want to have to do it in one of the public bathrooms either, that would be super awkward. That's what I'm thinking anyway. And let's go to the hotel. Alright, let's head over to Matt Engard's house. March 22nd, Engard Mansion living room. Hey, Haunted Velvet, welcome in, and thank you for the 11-month resub. Haunted, how the heck are you doing? How have you been? Tell me everything. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you, and seriously, that's really kind. I appreciate that. Huh, sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Whoa! Wow! So this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to me, Rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoe, the kitty cat. Shoe! Oh, he's precious! Oh, he's so beautiful! I only just met him, but if anyone harms him, I would kill everyone and then myself. I see everyone in chat. Oh my god! No. That was the worst Freudian slip I've ever had. We're just gonna move on past that, and hopefully no one noticed. It's all good. We're just being cool. No problems. You are nothing, Roxana. I haven't had enough time between planning a move and work. Ooh. Yeah, planning a move, especially when you're on the job, is just a brutal thing to have to do. I'm really sorry to hear that. I can't hide. No, I can't. That was a really bad one. Well, I hope work goes okay for you, and good luck with your move. I hope you're moving somewhere you can be comfortable. That's always a nice thing. Moving on up, as it were. So, I guess this is Shu. Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu. Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, Mr. Engard's lawyer. Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Engard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. Why does John Doe look like he was created in a lab? I don't notice anything weird. Just looks like a normal butler to me. Why, do you guys see something? Just normal butler stuff right there. He's got the tie right there. He's got the little monocle. Just normal butler stuff. Anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. Huh, how typically butler-like, as it were. See, even Phoenix agrees. Just a normal butler. I don't know what you guys are seeing here. It just seems like a normal butler to me. Normal butler wearing normal butler clothes and doing normal butler things. He probably just had a little cut there this morning. He was shaving, got a little bit aggressive, cut himself a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Engard the kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you've got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shu. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Yes, that's satisfying. So, live around here much? Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young, and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is also a lot to be proud of in being butler, in charge of a house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you excuse me. Huh. That's a weirdly suspicious thing for that guy to say. We're just out of nowhere like that. Why would he say something like that? It's super weird. Oh, well, probably no big deal. I got an overactive imagination. I'm sure it's nothing. No big deal. Yeah, he seems nice. Taking care of the cat. I respect that. Butler, hard job to do. A very hard working guy right there. Gotta respect that. Just normal butler stuff. Hashtag normal butler stuff. Well, we should take off, but while we're here, we may as well at least look around. Lifestyles of the rich and famous and all that. So if that guy is a butler, why would he tell his lawyer to feed his cat? Archetype Saber, that's an easy one for me to answer because Matt Engard is an idiot. And he just sort of doesn't seem to know stuff. So I completely believe that he would not think that his butler would take care of it. Also, doesn't respect Phoenix Wright, so would easily just send him over there for shits and giggles. That's Matt Engard for you. Let's snoop. Oh, there's a giant cooking hearth here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it. You should come and visit Fay Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Alright. A giant bicycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own. Really? Wow. But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. Wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is it with me and feeling inferior today? What else we got around here? Ah, there are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. Enjoy your lurk, Punisher. Thanks for stopping by, as always. Alright, I think we've seen everything to see in here. I guess we'll check out this door over here. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Engard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoe? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Alright. Nothing else to do here, then. Oh, there's another door over here, though. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. Alright, I don't think there's anything else to see here, then. I think we've seen everything. It's a nice house. Very nice house. Alright. Well, let's head out of here, then. Head back to the hotel. That door looks familiar? I don't know, Ray Comey. It's not ringing any bells for me. It seemed like a normal door to me. Normal door in a normal house with a normal butler. All very normal. Very, very normal. Yes, this is the same case with Wendy. This is a super long one, Gamagumo. And how are you doing? Welcome in. That bike waiting over the sofa is a murder weapon to happen. I'd worry more about just be watching TV and it just falls on me. I prefer not to have like 1-ton chunks of death hanging over me when I'm watching TV. Holy crap. Well, good morning, Yamagumo. Wow. Alright, so we did that. Pop over to criminal affairs. Still nothing going on over there. Pop back to the law offices. Nothing going on over here. Can't do anything else at the detention center, I don't think. Pop back over to the clinic, I guess? No, nothing else over here. Alright, so the only thing I know that there is Wendy's still around, I guess. I'm glad to have you here, definitely, Yamagumo. Always a pleasure. Like, I know there is a Wendy there, but, like, I don't know if that's what we need to do next. Yeah, I guess we'll go talk to Wendy, see if there's anything else over there. We may as well. Got nothing else to do. Let's back to the hotel lobby. Then the Viola Hall. Then the hallway. Then Karita's room. Ah, Jesus! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime. Startled me. I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. I believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Hi, Broken Crow! Welcome in! The transceiver! Thank you for the raid, Broken Crow. How are you doing? What were you playing today? How did it go? Tell me everything. And for anybody from Broken Crow's stream who doesn't know who I am, my name is Shane. That's Shane's Games. I play the obscure, the unusual, and the nostalgic. And today we are playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All, the second of the original Phoenix Wright trilogy for the PC. Stream is going fantastic, Broken Crow. How about you? What were you playing today? And also, if we have any mods around, can I get a shout out for Broken Crow? I would appreciate that. Playthrough A, Nier Automaton. Started playthrough B. Excellent. How are you liking the game so far? Are you enjoying it? I haven't played it myself, but I think everybody I've talked to that has really enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure it's 100% my shit, so I'm really hoping to get to play it one day. And if anybody here is not following Broken Crow, you're missing out. Fantastic streamer right there. Plays a lot of really cool stuff. Went through a big period where they were playing a bunch of detective games, which is really cool, and now Nier Automata, who doesn't like that? Just a fun guy to hang out with in general. So make sure you click that link, give him a follow, check him out next time he's live. You can enjoy it over there, I bet. I bet. Combat doesn't always gel with you. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But I think the game is great. Sometimes if a game is a vibe, that's not good enough. I totally get that. All right, so this right here is the transceiver we've been using to talk to the kidnapper. So, things didn't go as planned in court today, so we got to hear what we got to hear here. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya! How's Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good. No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All I ask is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose, if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then, a little... What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Damn it! Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert look at it. Sooner the better. Interesting, interesting. KCD, you're a fan of the combat? Fair enough. Broken Crow, you're probably going to buy and play these games for yourself because of you. I hope you enjoy them. So far, I am having an amazing time with these games. I think they're incredible. I don't know if I know an electronics expert. It's not Wendy Oldbag, that's for sure. I know a couple people we do know around right now. I guess we'll just ask everybody we can find. So from here, let's head back to Wright and Company. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. Rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops. Looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've gotta be kidding. Here I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's only one way how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, he's here and offering. I wonder what I should ask him about. Well, nothing new to chat about, but I may as well ask him about transceiver. Transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. Oh, what thing? Oh yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded just like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Hey, maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. But sure, it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference? Alright, so he does know something about this. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Huh? Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference that the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something that's there that's sending out a very strong radio wave, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Wait, Gumshoe! Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should be going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go. Well, this is interesting. Bit of a twist here. Alright, Gamma Gumo, take care of yourself. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good morning. Pearls and Gumshoe, the dynamic duo together at last. I would definitely pay good money for that spin-off. That is a thing I would be interested to see. Two of them attempting to solve crimes, never actually solving crimes because they're bad at everything, but gosh darn it, they're both just so cute you're totally okay with it. I'd do that. You know you're in dire straits if you can't afford a can opener? Oh, Gumshoe. He's so poor. Hey! Finally here, pal! Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. And suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct doors. On the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. Didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little, broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all the way, may as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that are going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug, got it, pal? Alright, got a little bit of a puzzle here, that's interesting. He's also very dumb, this is true. At least he doesn't have a whip, that's an improvement. That's a lamp. I guess we can check it out. check. Listening device, nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. Alright, what else we got? Well, the listening device isn't in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck! This air filter is covered in dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. Wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunny look colossal. What? Nothing. Chat, that is your cue. Clean your air conditioner's filter. Go do it. Do it this week. You got the weekend coming up. I don't really think the listening device in the TV of all places. Looks like the TV was left on, and it's now showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of those old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy your dream. Broken Crow, are you sure about that? Are you certain? It is true. It is true now that you're going out of AC weather. Something to think about, I'd say. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. Let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No. I really thought it had to be in the phone, too. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry. I've never seen one before. Now that she mentions it. My cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Karain Village. Pearl's never lived outside of that village, so... Well, guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. Oh, red! I'm gonna have to check that out myself later. That looks really cool, thank you. Can't make any proper argument because of violations of chat rules, but I'm fairly certain you're not my dad. You win this round. Lamp check, listening device, no. Alright, so it looks like all the lamps are going to give me the same thing, so I don't need to check all of them. Nothing over there. Wow, what a lovely bear. Ah! Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot. It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, yeah, I didn't go anywhere. The radio is on and playing something. Oh, it's Kids Question Corner. Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? Why don't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Let's check over on this side. See what we can find over here. What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? Yeah, that's what it seems like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. I have to eat meat, too. It's the TV's remote control. It doesn't look like the listening device is in here. So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like Could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap! Hey! What if I could? Ooh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Well, I don't think it's gonna work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay? Okay. There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh? What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper you can write on. So? Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? We don't have time for this! And here we have a dryer. Unusual here, I think. A dryer? Oh, if you use it next to a TV, it'll make the screen look all weird, right? Yeah. And when that happens, it's called electromagnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Well, good for her. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all the time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says, gotta keep the trail and crime scene warm. I think the keep warm in that case is a little more metaphorical. Yeah, unfortunately, Pearls doesn't really know much about technology. Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. Just sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. I bet he's thinking of the alarm clock / statue from his first ever case. Well, anyway, looks like the listening device isn't in here. Alright, it's worth a look. This is a refrigerator, right? I really don't think the listening device is in something like this. Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juices, right? Yeah, sure. What does that have to do with listening devices? Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out. I'll go get more water for it. Okay, sounds good. Like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but... Oh, well, it's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, Pearl. Sorry. I feel like we've looked everywhere. What are we missing? I thought maybe the bear on top was something different, but no. It is not. The Thinker, yeah, that was the one. Yeah, Korean Village does not seem to have a great school system, unfortunately. I guess most the mediums aren't expected to leave the village that much, but still, it's not great. It's not great. Wait, what? This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? The biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device? I mean... No, not yet. But this bear's eyes... Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't! Such a violent act! Urgh. No! It's a miniature camera. It looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what mitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? Interesting. Where's the vodka pot? If only. He's a persistent moron with great eyebrows, this is true. Although he really needs to learn how to shave so he stops cutting that one spot right there. I think that would be important. So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera, mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. Runs on a battery, which comes with it in the set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves, and then it's sent to that recorder. So, it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right! Set to record the victim's room from 8 p.m. for 1 hour. Was running at the time of the murder, because the murder was at 8:15, we believe. So that's interesting. DD Bash, thank you for the follow and welcome in. Been wanting to play this forever, have it on Switch? Nice, I'm playing the PC version. But, I imagine either version will be just as good. Although being able to play it on the go, too, would be nice. How are you doing today, Dee? Hope you're having a good week so far. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That's the time the award ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recorded every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe... Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Interesting, interesting. Watch the anime and the live-action movie. Oh, nice! Awesome! I haven't gotten around to either of those yet, but I heard the anime is a good amount of fun. So there is a camera in this bear's eye. And it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? Don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go around to the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible! I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Alright, well, we don't have much else to go for, so... Good luck. Good luck, I guess. In Life is Strange, we have a hella counter. In this game, we need a pal counter. Just for him, mostly, but he does like that word very much. He really does. Yeah, it's true, Roxana. I fear for the system. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ah! You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth! What are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward, one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The makers of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of them are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Seems like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into the country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that? Mr. Dick, can you really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, right? Oh, wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer. Miss Andrews passed. The kidnapper was sold condition as an acquittal for Mr. Engard. And this card, Shelley the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. Broken Crow, I thought Edgeworth was a villain. He was, but he kind of left for about a year to find himself, and now he's come back, and we're not sure what he's up to. He might still be a villain, might be a good guy. We're not really sure what's going on right here. All right, let's go ahead and save our progress here. And folks, I think this is where we're going to stop for the night. There's still some more left to this case, but I think tomorrow is going to be the perfect time to continue, and tomorrow will be when we're finishing this case and the game as a whole. So if you're enjoying this case so far, if you're wondering how all of this wraps up, who is the real killer, will Maya be safe? Tomorrow is when you're going to get your answers. So I hope I will see all of you back here tomorrow. And as always, thank you all for hanging around today. I appreciate the heck out of that. Thank you very much. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun hanging around with you folks today. This is cool. This was tense. This is super intense, but I am 100% invested in seeing how all this wraps up tomorrow. So I hope you'll join me for that. And that does mean we'll be starting a new game on Sunday, a game called Flipping Death. It's a side-scrolling adventure game with a great sense of humor, I imagine, because it's a spiritual sequel to another game we played before that was hilarious called Stick It to the Man. I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. So, like I said, we'll be back tomorrow, same time. But before you folks take off, if you can stick around for one more minute, we got one last thing to do before we call it a day, and that is, let's see who all else is online. So if you're not done watching Twitch for the day, maybe I can introduce you to somebody cool. You never know. Make sure to hit follow if you haven't already. Of course, that'll be the quickest way to be able to find me tomorrow, if indeed you do want to watch some more Phoenix Wright, or if just sometime in the future you want to hang around, that'll be a big deal. And while I'm looking to see who all is live right now, there are some links in chat you might want to check out if you haven't seen them yet. We've got a link to my Twitter if you want to see what I'm up to outside of the stream. We have a link to my YouTube if you want to see any of the games I've played in the past, or if you just want to get caught up on the rest of Phoenix Wright, or the previous Phoenix Wright game, they're all up there too. And we have a link to my Discord. If you'd like to chat with us outside of the stream, everybody is welcome in there, so feel free to jump in. Let's see, where are we heading today? You know, I see somebody we haven't gotten to stop in for quite some time, playing a game that I absolutely love. So why don't we head over there? So folks, I would really appreciate it if you would join me as we go rated none other than Ryan AVX. He is a very cool retro streamer, plays a lot of really interesting retro games, also a great musician as well, sometimes does some cool compositions like chiptune stuff on stream, which I really appreciate. And today he is working on a run of the classic Resident Evil trilogy, the old stuff. So why don't you join me over there, say hi to Ryan, hang out for a little bit, throw him a follow if you like what he's doing. But hey, if you've got other things to do, I will just say as I always do, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you're at in the world. I will see you folks tomorrow for the grand finale of Phoenix Wright Justice for All. Take care of yourselves till then, everybody.